guys, welcome back. Welcome back. We are starting Dark Souls 2. So this is New Game Plus Plus. This will be our first stream for Dark Souls 2. Earlier today we finished Dark Souls 1 Remastered. And today we're getting into it. So, Dark Souls 2, as many of you guys have heard in my other streams, is not my favorite Dark Souls game ever. And it can be really, some of the areas and some of the stuff can be really frustrating, so I'm gonna try very hard to maintain my composure as much as possible, but there can be lots of fun to be had, even in Dark Souls 2, and I want to do all of the Dark Souls games in order. Plus, there's a lot of Dark Souls 2 bosses, in fact, most of them, who I don't have YouTube videos yet, so that'll be good for me to get all the videos I need. I will say, sadly, I don't think I'm going to be going through the DLCs in this game. There are 3. Because I literally just played them to get videos. I even did a stream. Some of you may have seen or on my channel, I did a stream against the Burnt Ivory King as my first Dark Souls 2 stream. I needed minus Lud and Zalen because I had already had them. So I just don't think I plan on doing the DLCs unless for some reason there's like a high demand for me to do the DLCs. I'm gonna probably stick to the main game content for this game. I already have those DLC boss videos up on my YouTube. I probably will at the very least show you guys how to get the items to start the DLC. There's 3 of them. Crown of the Ivory King, Crown of the Sunken King, and Crown of the Old Iron King. But yeah, this is the start of Dark Souls 2. Another thing I say a lot about Dark Souls 2 is lore-wise. Lore-wise, it's completely separate from Dark Souls 1 and 3. It tries to kind of keep up lore-wise, but Dark Souls 2 was actually made by a different development team. Basically, the From Software team usually has like an A team and a B team that makes these games and develops them. And Miyazaki is the creator of all of the Dark Souls and Souls games that From Software makes. But Miyazaki did not create this game, and it was made by the B team. So that just means that the people who made Dark Souls 1 and 3 and Bloodborne and Sekiro and Elden Ring did not make this game. That is important only for that I feel like it does explain some of the lore in this game and some of the other game design and development that's kind of much different and apart from Dark Souls 1 and 3. It is a unique game. It's kind of got its own thing going, I feel like. It does try. There is effort to like follow the Dark Souls formula because there's like demons and there's a lot of it is kind of similar things, and it is one of the main games in the series. It's just, I think they just kind of stray a little bit from the story and the lore. And I'll talk about that when we get to the boss in this game. Whoa. Whoa, buddy, he almost got me. I usually don't take that guy out at the beginning, but he drops the stone ring, which I believe increases stone Stone Ring, additional reduction of enemy poise, so it reduces enemy poise. I will say the positive upgrades of Dark Souls 2 from Dark Souls 1, better graphics, better movement. You have 4 ring slots versus 2. I think the inventory and like screen here and storage is much better than Dark Souls 1. As you were seeing me use storage in Dark Souls 1, it was kind of painful. And the bonfires, once you unlock them, you can travel to any bonfire, which is a positive improvement from Dark Souls 1. And it's just not as like clanky and you know, that kind of like slow factor that Dark Souls 1 has, but it does make up for that in other ways by being bad with some of the movement and strafing.
What seems to be the ruckus?
Oh my, your face. The face of the curse. It's an undead.
So just like in Dark Souls 1,
An
you are
undead has come to
undead
play.
and hallowed.
They all end up here. All the ones like you. You spoke to that.
It almost
kind
feels like a
old
different
dear,
game and a different
didn't you?
series entirely playing this game. When I first played it, I remember because I had started with Dark Souls 3 and then Dark Souls 1, and I was just
You'll
like,
go
oh,
hollow.
this is like a drastic difference.
Yes, you'll become one of them.
Hollows prey upon men, feast upon their souls. This is the fate of the cursed.
What is your name? At least.
So at that point, if it's
know
your first
your
playthrough,
own
you will pick out your character details, like your name and
Here's
your
your reward
height and build and all that
for
stuff.
sharing.
But I have already done this because this is New Game Plus Plus for me, so it
It's
just
a
gets set.
human effigy.
A human
Take
effigy
a closer look.
is the equivalent of a humanity from Dark
What do
Souls
you
1.
think it's supposed to be?
That makes you human and able to summon people.
Think back, deep into your past. Yes, it's an effigy of you. All people come here for the same reason, to break the curse.
You're no different, I should think. Doesn't stand a chance. Well, you never know.
Bitches.
Go through the door and
I'll break
trot
the curse.
along to the
Don't you worry.
But remember, hold on to your souls. They're all that keep you from going hollow. Oh, I'll fool you no longer. You'll lose your souls. All of them. Over and over again.
It's an interesting thing from Dark Souls 2. Is kind of unique. She's basically implying right there that you're gonna die a lot and lose your souls, which obviously is a thing in all of the Souls games. But Dark Souls 2 really emphasizes it in the beginning, right there. And not only that, they go so far as to make a bronze trophy achievement that basically when you die for the first time, it's like, welcome to Dark Souls, which is really interesting because none of the other Souls games do that. It's just kind of a implicit, implied factor of the game. So it's interesting that they flat out state it at the beginning, because it's kind of setting up the game to be something that is meant to be very cruel and frustrating and difficult, where you're gonna die a lot. It's part of they literally state it. So I find that interesting.
Bastille, do you?
So you can come back to this witch lady Strowan and reallocate all of your stat points if you want to. This is so a lot of the Souls games allow reallocation of stats because once you upgrade a stat, it's permanent, and you know you require more and more souls to upgrade. In Elden Ring, I think it's like the soul vessels or whatever they are, and you bring it to Renala, and that's where you reallocate your points once you get to Renala. Dark Souls 3, I think you go to the Rosemary person in the church, I think, but I gotta remember when I get there. But you can come back to her and do that.
But if you to stop, no go.
So
this is a fair try. Why out this lot? My name, the old women
Milibeth.
who once fight. I am here. It is what my mother did.
So she takes care of these
The
women.
old women, but now
These were
in
all
the
fire
kingdom.
keepers once. That's why they're here. You can go up to the second floor, and there's a chest, which gives you a human effigy. Another thing you'll notice in this game is my health bar. There is a little stop gap at one end of the health bar that kind of cuts off part of the health bar from the other. This is an ingenious idea that the creators of Dark Souls 2 came up with, that every time you die, you're going to get a little bit less health back. And less. So that is a big part of this game that makes it very challenging. Every time you die, you get a little bit less health back, which is something that was not in Dark Souls 1. Your first bonfire is going to be here. You can travel, but there's nowhere to go. You can attune your spells, burn human effigy, or something else, an item box. So that's an ingenious. See, my health has healed all the way up until that stopgap, but no more. One way to get rid of this is to use a human effigy and then become human again and heal. But every time you die, over and over again, you will have less health. So that's something unique to Dark Souls 2, and it sucks. It really sucks. There's ways to get around it, but it's kind of a pain in the ass, and the other games don't do that. So that's part of why Dark Souls 2 is infamous. You'll see here there's a torch. So in this game there's a torch component. If you see above my torch and my items, it says 7 hours, 33 minutes, and 35 seconds, counting down. Throughout the game you will gain torches as items, and that will increase the time of which you can hold a torch like this. And you know, that's an interesting component of this game, because there are things, there are other torches like right here where you can set a light. You can also get her, so that's a unique factor of this game that the other games don't have that. This is the beginning tutorial, just like Dark Souls 1, teaching you how to do all the things. So I like to light up all the torches, especially in dark areas. It helps you see, and once you light a torch in the game that's permanent, it stays lit. So you only have to light it once per playthrough, and that'll be lit. And also, once you light a torch, you can always go back and to that torch that you lit and light another torch. So kind of helps you explore through dark places, see a little bit better, and then have a spot without your torch. There are a couple places in this game, not as many as you'd think, but a couple where you need to like light torches for like a specific thing. But it's really mostly for light. There's an item up here, a dagger. This being the beginning tutorial, it has all the like weapons. A lot of the weapons, in this game, at least, are still continuations of weapons that were in Dark Souls 1. So you'll have your claymore, your swords, your daggers, your axes, your hammers. Some of the weapons are exactly the same, like the dragon tooth. That is in all 3 games. Claymore is another one that's in all 3 games. Things like a halberd, a dagger, a short sword. Elden Ring has a lot of the basic weapons like that as well, but some of the Dark Souls specific weapons, like the Dragon Tooth, it doesn't adopt. It does kind of its own thing. Right here, I didn't really show you guys.
You! Give us smooth! Yes, you! Give us silky!
I didn't really show you guys in Dark Souls 1. But there's a specific spot in Dark Souls 1 where you can bring items. I think in Dark Souls 1, it was in the Undead Asylum, basically right off of around the corner from where the crow drops you in the big nest. I never really did it. It's on the cliff ledge, but you can go over there and you can put items in there, and it will exchange them for other items at these little crow guys. This is something that's in all 3 Dark Souls games. In Dark Souls 3, it's above the Firelink Shrine. But right here, they say, give us Silky. And you can, like, give them... I think you
give us smooth.
You leave...
Yes, you! Give us
You leave something there, and you can, like...
Not like that. No, you! Not that.
Oh, they don't want that. They want a silky and smooth stone.
Give us smooth.
But basically, you can leave an item there and change it for another item, and there's a list of items that can be traded. This is in the very beginning area. I don't really use it that much. I did the very first time that I played these games when I wanted to collect all the unique equipment. Especially in Dark Souls 3, like you can get Solaire's set from Dark Souls 1 by trading in specific items. But once I have one of them the very first time, there's not really need to keep doing it over and over again. Another unique thing in Dark Souls 2 is throughout the game you're going to find these stone statues that get in the way of being able to progress. And they're like petrified people. To move these statues throughout the game, you have to get an item called the Fragrant Branch of War. I don't think I have any in my inventory at the moment, but basically that will permanently unpetrify that person blocking your way, and you can kind of progress throughout the game. There are lots of important people you need to unpetrify, or things you need to unpetrify to progress in certain areas, so that's something to note. Fragrant Branches of War. Another important key item in this game is called the Pharos Lockstone. There are specific hidden areas and treasure rooms that have unique treasures and stuff that you can only get by using a Pharos Lockstone on a specific area that like lights up, and it will reveal like, a secret wall thing. There are illusory walls and stuff like that in Dark Souls 2, just like in Dark Souls 1. But this is like a different thing. It's its own unique thing. Oh. I think it's a different jump button. I was so confident. I'm just like, let's go. Fuck. Alright. I was explaining the basics. Is it? Yeah, okay. So in Dark Souls 1 on PlayStation, you double tap B to jump. In Dark Souls 2, you click the left control stick down. There is an NPC invader guy up there. Also, in Dark Souls 2, when you're in New Game Plus and Plus 2, there are some enemies that are like red like that. And in a first run through, the only people that'll be red like that are invaders, like in Dark Souls 1. But we didn't see many invaders in my Dark Souls 1 playthrough because I wasn't human in many of the spots that they invade, but there were invaders, unique, all over the game. I just didn't like do them. But in Dark Souls, in the first playthrough, basically those red people are just invaders, and in New Game Plus 1 or 2, the invaders are still red like that, but there are also extra enemies. Like, it adds extra enemies in some areas to make it harder. And the extra enemies will be glowing red like that, and they might be a little bit stockier. I think that enemy right there, though, is supposed to be an invader. You can climb ladders with your torch, and it will still be lit, because there are some areas that you need to do that, especially in the Gulch. Similarly to Dark Souls 1, those fog gates are not strictly for boss fights. Some unlock like a new area or a new part, as you can see right here at the start of the game. A cracked red eye orb in here for invading. In Dark Souls 3, they get rid of that, as they do in Elden Ring. The fog gates are only for boss runbacks, which is, I feel, as it should be, but kind of a unique thing in Dark Souls 1 and 2 is that yeah, this is an invader person. It's not an actual person, it is meant to be like a PvP invader. Imported trousers, +5. I also don't need to light up all these things, just so you know, this is not a requirement, I just really like doing it. Because they stay lit up. It's like a permanent thing per run. And I like that. Oh, there's an item thing right there. If I go up this ladder, where these guys were, and walk down here, there's a soul and another torch. See, it's kind of convenient to light all the torches, because then there's so many more options of where you can light your torch again. Because you can only light a torch from the bonfire, or an already lit torch, or if you have a flame butterfly item, it instantly lights a torch for you wherever you are if you have the item, but I have one in my inventory. Flame butterfly. 15 of them, but it's a limited use item, like you only get a certain amount of them. So I try and conserve them. So here I'm just gonna, because I'm weird like that, I'm just gonna grab the torch again so I can light up said area, and also because it helps you see better, and I just want to. My favorite place to do this in is oh, I forgot what it's called. There's a pirate cove type area in this game, and it's heinous for like being dark and like having a lot of pirates jumping out to try and kill you, and these black. And I like to like go through and find all of these torches and light them all up. It's like a completionist thing in my brain that has no effect on the actual story. So another thing in Dark Souls 2 is in Dark Souls 1 and 3, the invisible walls, the illusory walls, you have to attack to break, as you saw when I was playing Dark Souls 1. In Dark Souls 2, if there's an illusory wall, you have to click on the PlayStation, it's the X button, or like the confirm button, you have to go up to a wall and click that it'll unlock the illusory wall. It's a little different. Now we are about to enter. See, this is what I mean. This is the second game, the sequel. People are already saying praise the sun from the first game with Solaire, and that's going to continue throughout all the Souls games. Now, welcome to Majula. Or Majula. Majula is, I think, one of my favorite and one of a fan favorite safe zones of all the games. So there, in Bloodborne you have Hunter's Dream, in Dark Souls 1 and 3 you have the Firelink Shrine. In this game it's in Majula. Elden Ring has the Round Table Hold, and Sekiro has the temple thing. But from just the aesthetic, the sun, the music, this is a relaxing, peaceful, safe zone to come back to, and a lot of the fans really, really like this. I myself actually think this is the best one. I would even of all the things I don't like about Dark Souls 2, I might even rate it as better than the Firelink Shrine, which is so OG. It's just so peaceful and nice and naturey to come back to. We love it. In Demon Souls, it's the Maiden in Black, Woman in Black. Dark Souls 1 and 3, it's the Firekeeper. Elden Ring, it's the Maiden Melina. In Dark Souls 2, it is the Emerald Herald right here, who levels you up.
Are you the next monarch? Or merely a pawn of fate? Bearer of the curse, I will remain by your side till this frail hope shatters. Take this with you. May it ease your journey. Go on and see the king. He who made Drangleic what it once was. He who peered at the essence of the soul.
So the Anor Londo type area in this game is Drangleic. That's the big castle you get to at the end.
Bearer of the curse, seek misery.
That's one of my favorite lines.
Will lead you to greater, stronger souls.
That is one of my favorite lines in all of the Souls games.
I
thought about getting that tattooed, even though I don't like this game that much. I thought about getting that specifically tattooed, Seek Misery, because it's so cool. The whole message about getting stronger through adversity. But again, there's another point to where the game really does emphasize that you are going to die a lot and struggle in this game.
Seek those whose there's once so that bearer seek less.
She tells you to seek more powerful souls. Okay, so this is where you can upgrade your Estus Flask, which mine is at maximum strength. You get Estus Shard throughout the game where you can come back and increase your Estus. And you can level up. I can level up, actually. I need 139,000 souls to level up, and I have 148,000. I am level 228 on my new Game Plus game here. Another thing I talked about in the stream where I was fighting the Burnt Ivory King about Dark Souls 2 that I think is something that is not, it's not a bad, it's a bad thing that's a good thing. It's the leveling system in this game is so broken. It's so, because in the Souls games, when you level up, you need more souls to level up. Each time you level up again, you'll need more souls. The increase in souls needed to level up from one level to another is so minute in this game that you can literally level up so quickly and become over-leveled and then just be crushing bosses in areas very early in this game. I think this is kind of a broken factor of this game. However, at the same time, it's one of the only things I actually really like about this game, because I like abusing it, becoming over-leveled, and just smushing bosses and ripping through their health. I think it's fun. It makes this game more fun, because if the bosses in this game were as difficult as they are in Dark Souls 3, for example, I would rage quit and not ever play this game. because every other part of this game is infuriating. So if the bosses were also ridiculously hard and infuriating, then it would truly be like, fuck this game. But they're not. They're not really even that... A lot of the bosses in this game are not like the best quality compared to the other games. Whereas Demon Souls, it was the very first one, and Dark Souls 1, it's like just starting to get better. By this point, they should be getting better, but they get worse. I think they go backwards. A lot of the I make fun of this game and like the B team developers for like the boss designs in this game, because some of them are just like, what the fuck were you thinking, honestly. But the positive thing is they're not too hard. Like, if you know how to play the Souls games and if you abuse this leveling system, you can just like rip through boss health. And you'll see, I'm gonna do it. Like, most of the bosses in this game, I run a Dragon Tooth strength build and I just bonk. I run a bonk build basically, and I just bonk every boss, and it just does massive damage. So the thing I like about this game that is kind of a broken factor is the leveling system. So that being said, however, there is one annoying thing to know about this game's leveling, and I'm going to tell you right now. This stat, ADP, so I don't know why the fuck they did this, but when I was dodging in Dark Souls 1 stream, a lot of the times I would say, oh, my iframes have saved me, or talk about iframes. So iframes are invincibility frames, and it's like the time period when you dodge that you become invincible to bosses or enemies hurting you and dealing damage. And that is kind of like a built-in factor in most games. In this game, for some unknown reason, they took that and actually turned it into a stat. So you actually have to level up this stat to increase your iframes. So this is one reason that the broken leveling system and being able to level up really easy is a benefit, because you have more stuff that you have to level up than a normal Dark Souls game. And being able to level up quicker and easier helps with that, but I think it's really stupid that they did this. It's not in any of the other games. So it's basically leveling this up can help level up your resistance and your health, but it also levels up like your agility and your iframes. So I just want to highlight that. Some people in this game like absolutely break this game by leveling up like only ADP, and they get their iframes so high that they basically like can like easy dodge any enemy, and people will run through this game at like with like shitty equipment, no other stats leveled up, and just like have ridiculously high ADP, and that like they'll just be able to dodge through everything. On the downside, if you fail to level this up throughout the game, you're gonna notice that like bosses and enemies will hit you really easily. Your dodging will be not so, as good, and it will be infuriating because it's just dumb. It's dumb. It's really dumb. So I'm gonna level this up. This game also does have magic, just like Dark Souls 1 and 3 and Elden Ring. I do not use magic in the Dark Souls series. I said that in Dark Souls 1. I will not be using magic. I use bonk in this game. Over here is your smith.
Who are you?
There's two smiths in this
Just
game.
help me open this door.
Rather than the 4 in Dark Souls 1.
I packed my tools in here.
And in Dark Souls 3
seeing
there
it
will
was
only be
vacant.
one. So the number of smiths
somebody's
is
gone and
decreased,
locked
but
the
there's
door.
2 in this game. So he's asking you to get the key for his door here. And I don't have like the equivalent of the master key in this game like I did in Dark Souls 1, so I actually have to find each key. Over here you have a merchant.
Welcome to my shop. I'm Morlin. Sorry.
This is the guy who you're gonna go to after you beat certain bosses throughout the game to buy the boss armor and stuff. In Bloodborne, it was that second bath messenger up top, and in Dark Souls 1, I feel like it was different people throughout the game. I can't remember. But he's the one you can stop by buying some of this armor and shields, but basically you're gonna be able to get boss stuff here. A little trick, just so you guys know, if you're trying to get all the boss weapons and boss equipment, I don't recommend this, because killing him will lock you out of being able to get any boss equipment. But let's say you're at the end of a game, like you're at New Game, regular game, or New Game Plus, you've done everything, you've beaten the game. You can come over here and kill him, and you'll get his set, which is the Seldora something set, and basically wearing his full set allows you to get increased souls with every enemy you kill. So it allows you to abuse that leveling up thing even quicker. So if you want to like have even more easy leveling throughout the game, you can kill him and take his set. The reason I'm giving so much of an introduction on this game, where I didn't so much on Dark Souls 1, is just because there's a lot to this game that you need to know to be successful, because it can be frustrating, and there's a lot of unique characteristics in this game that are not in the other games. This is locked for now. Also, I will draw your attention around this corner to these tiny little pigs who, first time I ever played this game, were the strongest enemies in the game. I was literally like, why? Like, right now I'm just killing them pretty easily. But when I first came here in the first run, they did so much damage, and I did so little damage to them, and I'm like, why are these tiny-ass little pigs like gods? It was so weird. Another weird quirk of Dark Souls 2. So I just wanted to highlight that. Watch out for those pigs if it's your first playthrough. You can hit this rock. Come on. An item will come up. This is an Estus Flask Shard. So I was telling you, you get these throughout the game, and then you get this one pretty much immediately. You can go give it to the Emerald Herald and increase how much Estus your Estus will heal. And here, there's a cute little kitty who talks,
Undead,
and is a merchant as well.
And one without much time remaining.
Kind of like the cat in Dark Souls 1, who you can join their covenant. This one is a merchant.
To be chatting with a cat.
She makes fun of you for talking with a cat.
Suit yourself. Oh yes.
So, Sweet Shalcor is the name of this cat. This cat allows you to abandon a covenant without accruing any penalties, because in this game, every time you change covenants, you lose the progress you have in the other covenant, or you have like a penalty against you for that covenant. So you can come to her and abandon your covenant without being able to have that. You can also see all the covenants. These are the covenants in Dark Souls. You can see your rank in them. Apparently I'm rank 3 in Pilgrims of Dark because of Dark Lurker. Oh, I need to do that this run through. Haha, okay, interesting. I have to remember that because I didn't do it in the last run through. And I don't have a video of him, and he's in the base game, so I will show you him. He is my favorite Dark Souls 2 boss. Just so you know, Dark Lurker, favorite boss. I like him a lot. He also happens to be one of the hardest bosses to find and do. He is such a secret boss. You actually have to put in work to increase in a covenant to access him, he's really hidden. Very, very optional, even more than Dark Sun Gwendolyn from Dark Souls 1, in my opinion. So I'm going to do that this run. So that's why I'm 3 in Pilgrims of Dark. I'll also kind of run through where all the covenants are, just like I did for you in Dark Souls 1. You do get achievements in this game as well for unlocking them.
You do.
You can also buy stuff from her. She sells a bunch of rings. The Silver Cat ring in particular is going to be important when you're going down into the Gulch, because it reduces damage from falling, and that giant well thing out front, you have to descend to get into that area. She also does Ring of the Evil Eye, which is in all of the games. and some weird rings that have like unique effects. This one is also important, Ring of Whispers. Not important, but there's one boss in this game where there's an NPC that you can like talk to once you get this ring, similarly to in Dark Souls 1 with Quelaag's sister in that covenant. Like you have to have like a Ring of Whispers or whatever to talk to her. So
Nothing suited you. Well, that's dismaying.
she sells those things. What else can I show you guys here already? Up here, there's going to be a very morose man, and he is the very first covenant you can join.
You're undead, aren't you? You have that distinct scent, the smell of irreversible fate. This is Majula.
Majula, yeah, that's how you pronounce it.
It is a kind of settlement. A place where life is almost normal. And in Drang Lake these days, there are very few places like that.
That's for sure.
I am Solden.
Solden is his name.
And like you, I lost everything. And now I'm
He's very
here.
depressed. He's a depressed boy.
You probably heard that it was possible to break the code. Well, that's not true at all. There's nothing
Don't
here for
be
you.
sad. I'll
me,
break the curse here for
or
you, buddy.
anybody. Do you know? Even I'm not certain, but I'm told that anything living sent what we call luck. Do you seem to be a we? And that's...
Sorry, I don't want to...
There are 4 beings in this land with giant souls.
This is true. He's telling you and foreshadowing.
You go from here,
just like in Dark Souls 1, you had to beat
later,
the 4 kings, you had to beat, to unlock the fog gate, and then you had to beat Seath.
Soul.
You had to beat
a terrible
the
curse.
Bed of Chaos, and you had to beat Grave
If
Lord
that
Nito,
frightens you,
and you had to offer those souls
then
to
you
the
ought to
vessel
give up right now.
to get to Gwyn.
Like I
This
have.
game also has bosses that are like significant checkpoints in the game, and behind these bosses there will be what's called a primal bonfire, and you have to beat them. I believe it's the Rotten, Last Sinner, Old Iron King, and I forgot the other one. Well, we'll get there. Maybe Duke's Dear Freya, who after you beat them, you light a primal bonfire, and once you light all those, you can like progress through the story. Dark Souls 3 also does a similar thing. There are Lords of Cinder, that's what they're called, and there are 5 thrones that you have to light up once you get the boss souls of the Lords of Cinder. So each game kind of does that, and he's telling you about that right now.
Do you ever when you faced...
So now he's telling you about the Blue Sentinels. So this is the first covenant you can join, the Way of the Blue. It's the easiest one to get. You will get an achievement for this. If you want the trophy, the platinum, you can grab this.
I see.
I am not going to join. Oops.
You have died here.
He gives you, if you talk to him a few times, after he talks, after that initial dialogue, you can get some items and stuff from him. I just got the Ring of Steel Protection, which just does the same thing it does in Dark Souls 1. Decreases physical damage. Alright. This statue here is shows you how many people have died in this game worldwide. Really weird. Another emphasis on how hard this game is and how many times you can die. And then also right off the bat, item. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, life gems in this game. So there is Estus, which is your permanent upgrades on healing. There are 12 maximum that you can get, and get it up to +3, as I have it now. But when you first start this game, there's also these life gems, which are basically a limited amount item that you can only use once, rather than an Estus, where like every time you rest it recovers, and that these life gem, radiant life gem, and old radiant life gem will increase your health. So it's basically like an extra Estus. but it's a temporary item, kind of like the human effigies. Because of that, I think early in the game you don't have as much Estus as you would in one of the other games because you get the life gems. So just that's another thing to note that this game is different with. There's a lot of them. That's why I'm going over everything now. Homeward Bone, and then over here already you'll find your second covenant. So this is another one you can join and get a trophy for. Victor's Stone. Just note that this covenant, if you join it, it raises the game's difficulty. It like literally makes the game harder for the whole rest of the playthrough. Whereas the Way of the Blue, the one over there, makes it easier. It's like that's the cowardly one and the champion one, but it does affect, like, those covenants actually affect the difficulty of the game. Now, the first boss and the first area that you're supposed to go to, quote unquote, like if you're actually following the order, is down over there by the bonfire. But it's actually unusually, for me, it was unusually hard to spot. Like, it was not intuitive, and I got lost and didn't find it for several times, and I would always come over here first because this is clearly the most obvious place to advance. But this is actually technically the third and fourth boss you're supposed to fight rather than the first and second. This is a contraption mechanism that moves this area, but not until later. So I'm going to go this way first. So just note that I am technically fighting, like if this is your very first playthrough, this is technically slightly harder than the very first area, because this is not the very first area. This is the third or something. So if you're following the actual boss order of the game, this is boss number 3 and boss number 4 are in this upcoming area. Crimson Parma, I think that's a weapon. So you come over here, you pull this, and it will temporarily open this gate, which it will close behind you. Heide's Tower of Flame. Like I said, this is slightly elevated in difficulty if it's your first playthrough and you haven't leveled up a lot than the Forest of the Fallen Giants, which is where we're going before. So this enemy right here that's like sitting down is an enemy. It's called a Heide Knight. They are difficult to fight, especially, I remember when I came here first, the very first playthrough, I was under for fighting these guys, and kept running back down those stairs and running back up to try and hit them. They dropped the Heide Knight set. Then you've got these giant guys who are actually, even though they're big, they're technically less bulky than the Heide Knights. Now, I'm talking so much because there literally is so fucking much to go over in this game. That's why, like, it's not because I, like, love this game more than the other ones, because it's actually the opposite, but there's so much I want to tell you guys if it's your first time playing, or just to explain for the viewers that is different in this game than in the other games. I missed this bonfire for some reason the first time I came through, so you can come here and collect this one. And as you can see here, every bonfire you unlock, you can fast travel to. Even the very first one. Like, unlike Dark Souls 1, and right from the beginning of the game. That is an improvement on this game. Oof. Okay, now another thing that's different from Dark Souls 2 than any of the other games. There's so many things. When you rest at a bonfire, you respawn the area and you respawn the enemies. That is every game this happens. Sekiro, Bloodborne, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring. This game is the only game where you can actually kill the enemies in the area enough times that don't respawn. So if you kill an enemy over and over and over and over again, like, I want to say it's like more than 12 times. I don't remember how many times it is. It's a certain amount of times, but if you do that, eventually the enemy will actually stop respawning, even if you rest by respawn. So that's another thing to know, because it's important. If you're farming specific items off of enemies, at some point you won't be able to. And also, if you want to make an area easier, you can quite literally kill its enemies over again, over again. Because then they literally won't respawn anymore. Which is, this is the only game that does that. There are so many things that separate this game from all of the other Souls games, let alone all of the other Dark Souls games, which is why I highlight them a lot, and it's why it's such a unique and interesting game, often in a bad way. But just unique. Some people really like it. They like the things that are different, and I obviously wouldn't be playing it if I didn't like it somewhat, but... So there's a switch here. We want to stand on that, and then we want to pull it. Oh, another thing. There's so many things. It opens up that arena over there. You are going to want to pull this because that is a boss arena, and without that extra space, it is a tiny, tiny little space that you'd be fighting the boss. So another thing in this game that's unique as to the other Souls games is when you're running through enemies and you're going back through a boss gate, or like pulling a lever or something like this. In the other games, you would have a significant amount of infinity frames. So let's say enemies were trying to kill me, they were attacking me, I was like running through, I wanted to just run through and get this level. This game does not protect you with iframes when you do something like that compared to the other games. So like if I ran through and pulled this lever, and as you saw how slow that animation was, he was pulling it. If an enemy attacked me while I was pulling it, it would break me out of the action that I was doing and reset the action, and so the lever would not get pulled. This is extremely frustrating, and for some reason this game does this. Some of the significant areas that I can think of is like in the old Iron Crown DLC, which I'm probably not going to go through. There's this area where you have to like there's like a really awful area with a lot of cramped enemies where you have to go and pull one of those levers to open the door to progress through the game, and if you try and run past them and do it, it will do that so slowly that you'll get hit out of it and you'll get killed. Like, you actually have to fight the enemies to kill them. So it's really, really annoying. It's the same for boss gates, so like if you're running past all the enemies to fight the boss again, you can actually get hit out of going into the boss gate within a certain time frame. Like at some point you do become invincible, but it gives an extended period of time where they can actually hit you out of it. Just another aggravating factor to note. That DLC also has a really heinous boss run back to Sir Alan, where you can make use of the thing where if you kill the enemy so many times they permanently die. That's actually useful because you can kill the enemies in that area to make the boss run easier. So this is a classic example of where I would want to open that chest while an enemy is running at me if I didn't kill these guys. But I have to do it really early because I can get hit out of this action of opening this chest. I did it in time before dying. But if I was still opening that chest when they hit me right there, it would stop opening. That chest is really important. It is one of the most important items in this entire game, in my opinion. It's called the Ring of Binding. And I always, always, always have it on. It is permanently one of my 4 ring slots, which is annoying and unfortunate, but necessary. Because the Ring of Binding limits the HP reduction when hollow. So, like I said, every time you die, you lose a little bit of your max health that it would restore. And if you were not wearing this ring, it would be all the way down to like at 50% health, like half your health if you died that many times and didn't turn into human. That ring makes it so that it can only go up to a quarter, I think. So it limits the cutoff of how much max HP can be decreased when you're dying. So that ring, and it will permanently take up that slot for me because I do not want to run through this game with half health. It's just stupid. It's so stupid that they do it. So that ring is very important. I ran to get that and like got killed many times and stuff trying to get that ring. So this guy I'm going to draw out because, like I said, the boss gates, they can take you out of in this game. So I'm going to draw him out, run, and that's how slow you go through a boss game. So this is the first one I'm going to fight. It's the Dragonrider. See how much damage I do with this bonk build? That's abusing the leveling system. I just tank bosses. This will be the first boss I fight. This is technically the third boss on the list if you're going in order. The first boss in this game is the last giant. And I'm gonna die because I was careless and was at the edge of the arena. But, that's how much damage I do to pretty much every boss in this game. It's crazy how much you can abuse the leveling system, especially if you're doing a strength build like me with a big bonky club. And I can I stagger the shit out of bosses too. So that's what I mean when I say, like, at the very least, the bosses aren't that hard compared to how all of the rest of the game stuff I described is so shitty and weird and unique. If the bosses were also significantly challenging, then and you couldn't like abuse that leveling system to do extra damage on them, this game would be... I might have put this game down. But it actually makes it fun because I know once I get through the horrible areas, I can like just smash the bosses and it makes me feel really good and powerful. Which is fun. I think that's a cool game mechanic. I don't know. It's broken, but it's I like the boss fights in this game because of it, even though they are bad bosses. Like this guy. He's just a knight. And not even, I don't know. I don't know. You can have your own opinion. I will highlight the bosses I do like in this game. But I do like killing the bosses in this game. Another thing, one of the worst things I hate about this game is how slow the healing action is. And because you can get hit out of actions, like with the fog gates and stuff, it is so annoying to try and get those to heal on difficult bosses, like on the DLC bosses and shit. Because you have to give extra space. Alright. I'll do 3. Hang on. So I saved the boss videos that I fight so I can individually post them if I don't have that boss. Even though it's on the stream. Rather than editing them out later. Yeah, so you see how quickly I beat that boss and how easily. Now, I was doing the same thing in Dark Souls 1, but that's because there was a cheat, basically, where you can get, like, unlimited souls. Nope. I was like, why can't I use the bonfire? Because I got invaded by... That's not a real person, is it? That's definitely an NPC invader. Interesting. I will say, one of the things I do like about this game is the NPCs. The NPC that you can summon their quest lines and the NPC invaders. I actually do like that about this game. Let me come over here. There's an
Are you
NPC
from these
here.
parts?
She sells miracles.
My name is Lycia.
Lycia.
I have come to spread the art of miracles, a practice of which I am a disciple.
She also, once you talk to her here in the exhausted dialogue, she'll move to that middle part where you can, where it said the contraption does not move, and then she
That's
can,
real hard to decide.
you can pay her to like move that and access a new area. And do you remember in Dark Souls 1 when Lautrec killed the Fire Priest and we got a black crushed eye orb and later had to invade the world of the guilty? They have that in a lot of the games, like invade the world of the guilty, and in this game it's her. She's the guilty person, and at some point if you figure that out you can invade her and get a unique set of items or something, or miracles for the platinum. So you can buy a Sacred Chime for casting miracles, you can buy Ring of Prayer to increase your faith, which increases your miracles, and then there's a bunch of miracles. I have all of these and everything that I need, except for the only ones I don't have are the ones where you have to increase your rank in a Covenant to access, and that is the last thing keeping me from the Platinum. And I don't think I'm going to do it, to be honest. I don't think I'm going to platinum this because it requires... It's just so annoying. Like, I had to do that in Dark Souls 3, but it was different because that's at least my favorite game. And this game, it's actually hard. Even though there's less that you have to do than Dark Souls 3, it's harder to do them. Because you have to do this whole... It's different. I don't know. So I don't think I'm going to platinum it. I'm quite happy with the 91% trophy level I got for this game. So if you come down here, it leads to that Pirate's Cove thing I was talking about. This is actually not what I got yapping and I wasn't paying attention. I'm actually not gonna move into this area for the next thing yet. So I'll show you this area down here, like these sewers, and then to the next bonfire, and then I'm gonna go back. Boss number 4 on the list is up across the Heide's Tower from where we just beat that boss. That Sublime Bone Dust levels up bonfires. Or, no. It levels up how much healing. One of them is how many Estises you have, and one of them is how much it does. So, like, I think the Sublime Dust got me to Estus Flask +3. Whereas the Estus Flask Shards got me to 12 Estus Flasks. So those are two important items to get throughout your playthrough to increase your healing. And that will just decrease your reliance on life gems, which is for the best. So take this elevator down. Take this elevator down. There are some dead bodies on the ground that will come to life. They're not actually dead, or they're undead, or whatever. Remember these guys from Dark Souls 1? They do the Death Blight. They do that in this game too, and in Dark Souls 3. Over here is a statue blocking our way. We need a branch of Wharf for that. Yeah, this is where we go to the cove place. So this is called No Man's Wharf. And this, the next area will be No Man's Wharf, and this is the bonfire that accesses it. This is the place I was talking to you that's really dark and that I like to go through and light up all the things. We're not doing this yet. this is boss number 5 or 6 or something, and it's just an area that requires a lot of exploration, and we're not there yet. But just so you know, that is a path to a next area. It is nice, so much nicer in this game than Dark Souls 1, where you can just easily travel around to every bonfire. And there's so many different bonfires that it's just so nice. That is one really positive thing. Right. So from this bonfire, after the boss, oops, where is the fucking, oh, we're gonna come down here and go back out from where we fought the boss, and I'm gonna go fight boss number 4. So to do that, we have to kill a dragon, which is obnoxious. But now, again, this is not the actual exact boss order. This is just the way I like to start the game. I like this area better, and so see if I can draw everybody here, and then go past, go past, go past. There's an item down here. Divine Blessing. A lot of this shit is gonna happen in this game. And up here there's gonna be a dragon. Oh, and a NPC. Making that really annoying. This dragon right here. He healed slow. See how slow I healed? It's just so annoying. It's so annoying. And not only that, like, even with the slow motion of you bringing the Estus up to your lips and healing, there is also the slow healing itself. So like your health bar will slowly heal. If any of you guys play Elden Ring Night Rain, there is an option in Night Rain for one of the achievements that flasks heal slowly, and you can choose that, and it will actually increase more health, but it will do it slower. It's essentially the same thing in this game, except it won't heal more health. It's just regular healing, just slower. And not only that, but the motion to heal. So it's like, even if you fully drink the flask, if they hit you in the first like 2 seconds after you drink, it will probably, and it does more damage than where you healed at that point, than it will still kill you, even though you've already drank. Which that is a downside compared to Dark Souls 1, because at least in Dark Souls 1 when you healed, it was 1 quicker, and 2 it would immediately heal your health bar. This game is like slow. I don't know why it does that. It's really stupid. This is a difficult run back, not to the boss. The boss is not difficult, just the dragon. And for some reason, there's an NPC in there. So I'm gonna try and just run past everybody. He really has to do it that long? For fuck's sake. Yeah, so this game frustrates me quite a bit. Like, did you see how... You just saw me fight Calamite. Did you see how long that fire was? Like, for real? Anyway. I said I was going to do my best to contain my rage. That doesn't mean I'm going to do well. So that dragon right there is very similar to like in Dark Souls 1, how there's a giant red dragon guarding the gate. It's like a mini boss dragon. But it is so that dragon is going to be, there's going to be an area later where there's a lot of those dragons, but also there's a boss later that pretty much is that dragon. So it's called the Guardian Dragon, and it is one of the bosses of this game. But this one is not like with a whole health bar and stuff, but this one is just like a boss. So as you can see up top, because of how many times I've died, my health has drastically increased. So that whole gray part, I cannot heal past that. Even if I like have the Estus, I can't heal past that until I turn. But it won't go much farther down than that because I'm wearing the ring of binding, which is why that ring is so important. Now, I guess I'm battling my way through these guys to some extent. So that they're not all the dragon. Why is it not hitting both of them? They're both right in that area. Obnoxious. Another thing in this game that's different than Dark Souls 1 is so many fucking things. In Dark Souls 1, it was a lot harder for you. Really? In Dark Souls 1, it's a lot harder for your weapon to... Well, I guess you saw a couple times maybe in Dark Souls 1. I can't remember where it said weapon at risk. I think it was specifically in poison areas where because poison degrades your weapon more. And you would have to repair it. Oh, no, it was Bloodborne. It was Bloodborne that did that more often. Dark Souls 1, I can't remember the breaking rate. I think it happened sometimes. Dark Souls 3 pretty much has it so that is still technically something in the game, but it makes it so that it's so limited that it's pretty much obsolete. So it's like pretty much like your weapons don't break. In this game, they break, in fact, very easy, as if this game didn't have enough things that were frustrating. Especially if you hit them against the ground or walls or something that's not an enemy. So for me, because I use a bonk build and I'm smashing through the enemy into the ground to push them, my weapon loses durability a lot quicker. So if any of you guys play Zelda Breath of the Wild or like a Zelda game like that, it's kind of similar. Like, the only thing is, like, in that game your weapon will permanently break. In this game your weapon doesn't permanently break, but you do have to repair it if it breaks. But it breaks a lot quicker and easier in this game than any of the other Dark Souls games. Guys dropped the old Knight set, by the way. The Heide Knights dropped the Heide Knight set. So, like, right now I am literally, like, maybe at 65% health. Like, I could literally... There's 35% more health I could heal, but, like, I can't actually heal all that. Like, you can see, like, how much is not healed. So, yeah, down at the bottom where my dragon tooth is... see a little red bar, and when that bar reaches all the way down, the weapon will, like, when it gets close to being down, it'll say at risk, and then it will break, and then I will have to repair it. And this is something I have to keep an eye on in this game more than most games. I don't have to do it at all in Dark Souls 3, which is Dark Souls or Bloodborne and maybe Dark Souls 1 is like in areas where there's like lots of poison or something. Another good thing about this bonk build is a lot of enemies that will stagger like that and squish them. And squish them to the floor, and so they can't get up. And then I just wait till they get up, and then I hit them again. Even bosses sometimes, so any NPC or item that's not like big, like these guys, it doesn't squish them. It can stagger them, but it doesn't squish them. But a lot of enemies it does, which is another reason I like running the bonk build in Dark Souls 2. I was running it in Dark Souls 1 for a while, but then I liked the Black Knight weapons more. See, as you can see, my Dragon Tooth is already under half on that red bar, and once it gets, I don't want to break it, so if it becomes at risk, I might actually want to change it out, even though it is the weapon I made. Because of this, I have this backup Claymore plus 10 that I always carry with me, because the Claymore is a decent weapon in this game. Ooh, that's interesting. But I also have a dual set of Sacred Chimes that I got as a boss weapon from Belstat, that are +5. And they don't squish the same way that the Dragon Tooth or like the large club or something does. There's no way. But they are like, they do a lot of damage, and I kind of like them too. Those are my other favorite weapons. So I'm going to ignore the dragon at the moment. I'm going to draw out the RPG, and I'm going to kill him. Because he is a permakill, and once he is dead, I won't have to keep dealing with him on the run back to the dragon. My weapon's almost broken. Now there is repair powder in this game that is a finite resource that you can repair your weapon out in the field, but it's very limited. So I'm gonna switch to the claymore, even though I would prefer to use this weapon. Oh wait, that's right. There's no way. That's so dumb. Okay. So I am going to grab my Bellkeeper bow, which I also keep in my inventory throughout this run-through, just like in Dark Souls 1, I was keeping the longbow and the Dragonslayer Great and see if it hits me. No, so I'm safe in this corner. Does that do... Okay, yeah, that does some damage. It's going to take me a sec to kill this dragon. You can go up and run under his feet and melee him, especially after you've killed all the enemies around, so that you can basically fight him one-on-one. But you see how long he blows his fire. It's really long. So to get over to him requires running through between, and I'd rather just avoid harm entirely. So this is, you know, same strategy in Dark Souls 1. If I was going to fight that big dragon on the bridge, I would use the Dragonslayer Great Bow for that game, but you saw me also use that for the worm thing in Dark Souls 1 and the undead dragon in the Valley of the Drakes. But in this game, I'm just going to use a regular bow, Bellkeeper bow, upgraded, and then just regular wood arrows. These are the weakest arrows in the game, but they're also the cheapest to get. And I'm just gonna rinse and repeat. You can do this to a lot of different enemies in the game. So once you kill the dragon, that panel, the lever, is going to come up. The dragon is also a permakill, so if I were to die and do this boss run back again then, the dragon wouldn't be here. So I would just run by all the enemies. The invader NPC wouldn't be here either. However, there are an additional 2 invader NPCs, if I remember correctly, in front of the boss. So there are actually 2 more people to fight. Yes. Okay. Both of these guys. Now, I don't have to fight them. I could run to the boss fight. But if I kill them, they die permanently. So I'm going to try and kill them. Another thing with this game is, like, the scraping, which is when you, like, are locked onto a target and move around and hit, but we haven't gotten to that yet. It didn't look there, but there is a really annoying scraping thing that happens when I'm using the Dragon Tooth, and I'll point it out. Which is another thing I don't like about this game. It's a little easier in this game than it is in the other games, which is probably because of the whole ADP thing. So you get a token of fidelity for the covenant, and you get a red eye or cracked eye orb or whatever. Yeah. Okay, so those guys are permanently killed. I only have 3 Estus for the whole boss. Probably this won't be the run, but I got everything out of my way. So this is boss number 4 that we're gonna do here. And I have a lot to say about this boss. Look familiar? This boss is Ornstein, that I just fought in Dark Souls 1. Why is it Ornstein? It's under the name Old Dragonslayer, which is interesting because Ornstein is a Dragonslayer. He also has the same moveset as Ornstein. But it doesn't make any sense why Ornstein would be in this land at this time, and it's like completely unconnected with the game. As you can see, I'm doing a lot of damage here. I might even be able to beat him with 3 Estus. And the Claymore, as opposed to my Dragon. But same moveset as Ornstein from Dark Souls 1. I just beat him with 3 Estus. It's because of how much damage I do and how over-leveled I am. And that just goes to show how easily you can really over-level yourself in this game, which is nice. And the bosses are pretty easy, but makes no fucking sense. That is like one of my biggest pet peeves about this game early on. It's like, why did they copy Ornstein in exact detail, literally the same boss, and just slap him in this game with no lore connection? Doesn't make any sense why he would be there. They even go as far as to name it Old Dragonslayer, which is, that's what Ornstein is, but they don't call him Ornstein, which I'm just like, what? They just copied a boss, like lazily threw it in there. It doesn't make any sense. I hate it. It just, there's no lore connection. It doesn't make sense. So that's a pet peeve of mine in this game. Over here is an NPC,
Proud
and
knight,
the 3rd Covenant you can join.
For help.
Blue Sentinel Targray, you can join a Covenant here if you do it. I think you have to do something specific.
To test.
Oh, you have to present a token of fidelity, which I did get. And you can buy some stuff from him too, some spells and monastery charm.
Do your work.
But there is, just so you know, there is a Covenant. He is one of the Covenant people you can join. The Knights of Blue or something. So they're the more tough versions of the Way of the Blue Covenant. So I'm going to. We did good. We fought boss number 3 and 4 in this area, and now we're going to go back and go on the main path of what, like in order of the game, and go to boss number 1. At some point, I'm gonna grab dinner here too, and we'll take a pause. But we're not doing this. From this bonfire, for some reason I miss it all the time because you came in from that way, and that way is more obvious. But over here, there's a hidden little. It's not hidden, but it looks hidden. There's a path, and this is technically the first area because it's. I guess technically because it's closer to the bonfire. Oh, by the way, this is, so remember those chests? Those mimics from Dark Souls 1? But remember how they couldn't be in metal chests? Yeah. In this game, they can be in metal chests. It further betrays your trust. And not only that, but, if you're standing next to them when they unfurl, unlike in Dark Souls 1, they'll immediately grab you with a devastating attack. So that's why I was stepping back normally in Dark Souls 1 anyway, but you really have to like step back from them in this game. So yeah, they can be even in those metal chests. So they kind of get you early on. But I could tell from all the messages and the blood on the ground that probably was. So we can kind of come down over here. Also, the wooden chests in this game, if you don't trust it as being whether or not it's one of those mimics, you can quite literally break them, and then the item will still be there. I think I've gone over almost everything in this game that's like different or unique, so we're doing good. We're doing good for a first stream. A lot of talking, but there's a lot to go over. Come back over here. This is how you get to this item. Another big troll guy. Run past the troll guy. This is the first bonfire in this area. First fall and retreat. And as you can see, it is an actual order. Majula. This is where we started at the beginning of the game. Forest of Fallen Giants is in order as the next area, and then Heide's Tower, Cathedral, and no one's. So it kind of confirms that this is the actual order of where you would be supposed to go next. I don't know, it doesn't make sense. I feel like the other way looks more like it would be the first area. Anyway, there's a guy under the bridge. There's also a guy shooting a crossbow at us, and another guy hidden back there. They can still overwhelm you. Right here. There's also a lot to explore in this first area, and even after you progress farther in the game, when you come back, there's stuff you can do after you come back to this area. So you know, in this area, there's going to be someone shooting from up above, but also all these supposed dead bodies are not dead. It's like a trap. Hollow infantry set from them. They are hollows like you. Weaker. And this is a torch. You can also backstab in this game, just so you know, just like in Dark Souls 1. It's a little, I find it a little harder because of the strafing and the game controls in this game, but you can do it, and I still do it pretty frequently. Not as frequently as Dark Souls 1, but... Bruh. I will say, I was hoping this would be the case, but I'm enjoying the playthrough on this game a lot more so far streaming, because I can explain everything and there's so much to talk about. But I feel like streaming makes it more fun. Poor connection quality, broadcasting only mic audio. That's all you were broadcasting anyway. I don't have my camera yet. Huh, weird. Oh, and also my controller battery was low, so I'll probably have to switch my battery here soon. Why is there poor connection quality? This is not a boss fight. You can come up over this and come into the room. There's a bunch of guys waiting to ambush you. And that first guy ambushes you, and there's another guy to ambush you. of my club didn't hit them at all. Grab this on the way. There's gonna be another guy throwing shit at you up here. And a bow person. Turn around, he's over here. Another guy. And somebody over there shooting at you. Over here is the buckler shield. And up this ladder is the next bonfire. Around this corner there's an item and somebody waiting to jump out at you. This is the bonfire. And there's a merchant. You can buy some weapons and armor, some, this key, some life gems and human effigies, a ferrous lockstone, and a fragrant branch of yore, some bright bugs which increase how much, they're like the beast pellets in Bloodborne, and some spells. And then if you talk to her, she'll give you the covetous silver serpent ring, +1, which is really good. And if you exhaust her dialogue, she'll tell you her name, Valentia. And if you finish her dialogue, she will relocate back to the Majula.
Seems like the battle for you.
They say these drunks, but you. It's high time that I pick up.
It's high time I pick up and move. When she says that, she'll move from here to Majula. Alright, I am going to take a brief break. I'm going to pause my stream and come back. I'm just going to grab some dinner and do a couple things, and then I will be back to continue on through this area and the first boss. So, I'll be back shortly. Alright guys, I am back from my dinner, and ready to continue streaming through Dark Souls 2. For some reason it says poor connection quality. Well, my mic should be still coming in. I'm not really sure why, but... Watch this boulder. This guy is not an enemy, he's an NPC.
Sorry. I was just daydreaming, I think. My name is Kale. I'm a traveler, like yourself. I'm navigating the continent to create a map. Why cartography, you ask? Well, that's a good question. When I first came to this forsaken land, it was... a curse? Something about a curse? How embarrassing. I seem to have lost my focus, but I do know one thing for certain. I have always been very fond of maps. I came to this land, Drang Lake, the Lost Kingdom. It sounded so romantic. Have you seen Majula? Oh, there's a rather spacious mansion there. I've made it my temporary home. Well, as something of a squatter, I'm afraid.
That's the big mansion house that was locked previously.
Inside the mansion, I found a strange map, like none I'd ever seen. I believe that it's a map of Dren Lake. Now I'm traveling the land to prove it. Yes, that's it. That's why I came to the kingdom. Wait. No. That wasn't it. Then what? I don't seem to recall.
He's lost his memory.
Were you looking for that map? Wonderful. Then you're fascinated by maps, just like me. Shame on you. You should have told me before. Here, take this.
So he gives you the house key, so now we can get into that house in Majula.
What a joy to meet a king. Incredible, really, isn't it? Oh, I would not venture deep into the mansion. I can't be certain, but I've heard disturbing noises. Something about it feels wrong. Just be careful, please. I'll be back in Majula
So make sure you exhaust his dialogue to the point where he says he's going back to Majula, and then he'll go back and he'll be in the house. You kind of want to get all the NPCs in Majula if you can, because then everybody will be, you know, all in one area, in the home base kind of area. This is interesting. There's a torch. That's what I meant when I said you can collect them throughout the game, and it will increase your collective time to be able to hold a torch. There's an item right here, and as you can see there's an item through there, but we can't get that one yet. Turtle monster guys are very bulky. This guy a second ago. So this guy guy, again, is throwing fire bombs. If they hit these barrels full of gunpowder, they'll explode. But we want him to aim over here at these barrels. That was supposed to blow a hole in the wall. Don't know why it didn't. There's a bunch of items here, and at certain points in the game, we're gonna see this enemy come up. It's called the Pursuer. This is also the second boss. A version of this enemy is the second boss. But this is the first opportunity that we can come across him. Guarding all these items. If it's your first time playing the game, it might be a bit leveled or difficult to beat. But like I said, he's the second boss, so I know his moveset. And like I said, there are lots of these. Killing him gives you the soul of the Pursuer and a ring of blades, and then all these guys apparently have the courage to come back here now and fuck with me because he's gone. Estus Flask Shard, this is the second one up here. An effigy and a life gem, and another torch. Down here is another area to explore. This should have blown open the wall. I'm really not sure why it didn't. I'm gonna try a firebomb. Didn't do anything either. Curious. That's what I mean by strafing. There was nothing wrong with that encounter, but when I was locked on and he was moving and I kind of like readjusted my attack. So there are some strafing issues I bring up in this game. It's another thing I don't like about the game, or flaw, and that's when I say strafing, that's kind of what I mean. It means like when it follows. Watch out for this. It's a trap, and apparently this is an NPC invader. I like to do this in NPC fights, just wait till they get out, smush them again. Another great thing about this build, besides doing lots of damage to the bosses and staggering, you can just tank people. Bye-bye. Alright, I gotta organize this again. Claymore. This is an NPC.
Hello there. Traveling all alone in these treacherous times. Well, I hope you have a very good reason. Oh, hogwash. Who am I to judge? My name is Pate.
So he is an NPC in this game who has a feud with another NPC in this game, and they're basically always trying to fight and kill each other.
There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself.
Right now he's referring to himself because he tries to trap you right here.
Oh yes, you be cautious if you go any farther. There's treasure in there for certain, but the entrance locks.
Oh no, he tells you.
I saw the same design earlier, and it's the same contraption, I'm sure. I was with this warrior, you see, and he insisted that
now he's referring to the warrior that he was with.
The rather brusque fellow tried to swipe the loot for himself. It trapped him in...
And they basically both talk shit about each other. And you can complete both of their quest lines.
I'll leave this one.
They kind of like converge.
I'm worried about... I'll leave it.
So he warns you that if you go in here, the door is going to shut behind you, but there's treasure. That's the trap right there. This is not an NPC invader. This is what I meant when I said on New Game Plus. Some of the enemies are red. Those are extra enemies. So those extra enemies wouldn't be there. So it marks them in red, so you like know which ones are extra. So yeah, these crossbows you can also use. But that was a trap. So we're gonna come down here. This might be a trap too. No. It got really dark, so I'm gonna show you. This is what I mean when you see these things right here. This looks like a little mouth and eyes or whatever. This is where you put your Pharaoh's Lockstone, and it unlocks things. So there will be several of these, a lot of them actually throughout the game. So when I use you have to use up the item. It shows this, then you can attack it and come through here. And there's some loot in here. And you need a Pharaoh's Lockstone to open it. I have extras. I think I have not. I had 10, so I just used one, and now I have 9 more. And I have 1 fragrant branch of yore or whatever. So those I have to use more sparingly. This is another torch. This is a cutback. That's another extra enemy. Normally there would not be a giant turtle guy here, but because I am in New Game Plus Plus, Estus. So I'm gonna. Literally, looks like I died. Looks like I have no. I don't know how I survived. I'm also gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Let me just get back to the bonfire. That might kill me actually. But I'll be right back. god, okay. I just got invaded by an actual... So I cannot rest at the bonfire. I'm not really quite sure where they are. There they are. I'm gonna go get my souls, so that when I inevitably die again by this invader, I'll have my souls. I'm gonna wait here for the invader because I have a trick. Remember how I said the door closes behind you? Uh-huh. Gotta outsmart them. Although he most likely knows the way around, but it will at least buy me a sec. Maybe he'll get bored and leave my world. Oh, there he is. See, he knew. He's telling me he's gonna kill me. You're not the only person I fought in this game. Also, every normal NPC that you fight in this game has the same strategy that you have to use to beat them, so. Good content here. I didn't mean to jump forward. Fuck that. I could have beaten him. Damn it! I didn't mean to jump forward. I just tried to step forward and do my charge attack, and it turned into a jump attack. Which would have been fine if he was maybe half a step to a step back in his attack, and then I probably still would have won that, but that was not what I was trying to do. My pride is wounded. I don't ever get invaded in this game. So that was interesting and unique. And I'm not even human right now. But... ugh. Thought it was clever that I got to trap him and then I almost beat him. I actually probably should have beat him. I could have healed another... I had plenty of Estus. I just needed to hit him once more. Whatever. I don't know why this... I'm getting annoyed that this thing is not working. There we go. Motherfucker. That's what's supposed to happen. And now is a cutback to the bonfire. Now we can take our 12 Estus and just walk over here. So if we go past the turtle guy, there are these guys hacking at a tree. And that tree will be relevant later on once we get a specific key item. There's just a soul back here. Come in here. I think this might be locked right now. Yeah. You could see how well my bonks. I feel like that was a great, even though I barely lost, but that was a great example of, you could see, because that was a real live other player, you could see how my bonk strategy really does work with bosses, but with NPCs as well, because once they get bonked, it squishes them, and if I can time it so that I hit them when they're right as they're standing up, which I didn't there, but then I could hit them again over and over again. But basically, fighting him was not that difficult because every NPC invader in this game kind of has the same game mechanics, even if it's not a real person. So I've practiced fighting against them enough that it's, you know, the same thing. But there is a turtle guy that's going to pop out here. Also up here, there's an item, but it's a trap. These guys are going to jump down. I also got him with that move, the follow-up to that as a spinny thing, which I really like. I love this build for Dark Souls 2. There's no other build that I'm going to consider using because this just works for me and it's effective. So, I kind of wish that guy would invade again. I want to kill him. This is an item and a shortcut to the boss. First boss. The second boss is going to be in this general vicinity area too. I'll reset my Estus. Now, for this first boss, I think there are 2 summons that you can use. And a lot of the times I use the summons for the first boss. It's like, let's go team. First boss, but, you know, I don't need them either. Come down here, and if you're human, there's also a hollow guy here. If you're human, the summons will appear on the ground here. So this is the first boss. So that is the third boss we've done today on stream, but that is the first boss of this game, if you're going in order. The last giant. Pretty cool boss, pretty easy. If it's your first run through, like I said, you can also use the summons to distract him. Yeah, not much to say about him. He drops the key to this door. Oh, not this door. He drops a key, though. Where did this guy come from? So confused. You can farm their set off of them. The old ironclad set. Moving this way. Knock that off. The key is to this. These are like the royal soldier guys. You'll see them again in training like Gargoyles. Oh my god. Guy's smart not to put his shield down, but it won't matter. Bunch of bitches. Alright. Oh, I was like, what is that? This right here is the second boss. Should have just enough durability on my weapon to do him, hopefully. Come over here. Oh, this is kind of weird. No. I'm not really sure what's going on right now. This is the boss fight. That's super fucking weird. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I don't know what's going on. When you come over here after beating the second boss, who failed to appear for our encounter, you get whisked away by a bird into one of the next areas. You also come to this area on the other side after completing the No Man's Wharf, which is where we found before. And you can... there's a bonfire. So once we move through the No Man's Wharf too, we'll access this place too, just from another side. There's some human effigies. And a dull ember. That was super fucking weird. Alright, let's try it again. Maybe because I had beaten the last giant and it wasn't like, the game like wasn't prepared for me to like literally go from one boss fight to another. I mean, resetting is fine, it helps, brings my weapon durability and healing back up, so sure, I guess. I'm gonna come down and light the torch over here, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, we have access to this area now with the key from the giant, so we're gonna, the torch is good for that area. And as I said, I just like to light everything up. And there's also a torch over here. At the boss fight didn't trigger. You guys got to see all sorts of interesting things on this stream. Bro, what is going on? Why is the boss not here? That's so fucking bizarre. I don't think I've ever seen that. There's a Dragonslayer set over here, and then it drops down to this area. What's actually happening? Alright, I'm gonna do some research in a second to see what's happening. And I was ready to move on after this. There are some skeletons in here. They're not nearly as tough as the skeletons in Dark Souls 1 are. As you can see, why I brought my torch. Dark in here, there's a lot of torches to light up, a bunch of skeleton enemies. I like that one-handed swing attack on this weapon too, it's just a good build. I'm also for armor, I'm just wearing random ass shit that I usually go naked through this game too, just like in Dark Souls 1. But I was wearing just random stuff to have some armor on for end of game before I did the new game plus. And then come out to this area. There's a bunch of turtles and items. I like how they follow you with their things. Turtle guy. There's this item that I pointed out to the on the other side. Vader turtle. Raha. It's a bonfire. And we got invaded. I'm gonna stick right here close to the bonfire. This is, by the way, this is an NPC invader, not a real invader. I was just really invaded a second ago, so you never know. Armor Dennis is supposed to invade. Not gonna let him backstab. See what I'm saying? Like, it's the same, it's essentially the same type of fight as if it was a real invader, which is why I was kind of fighting that real guy, no different. Why I kind of was already prepared for a fight like that. Because I have to fight a lot of these guys, you know. So that's Armor Dennis. Come on, give me my effigy. You get a human effigy from defeating invaders. There's another giant here, dead one. That's where I came out. Who's this guy? What the hell? Tell if this is an NPC or a real person. I assume it's an NPC. That was really strange. It didn't even say invader banished, and that was like a unique type of enemy. I mean, it didn't say I was invaded either. So weird. Okay, a lot of this is so interesting. A lot of really weird stuff is happening in this playthrough for the literally that I've never seen before, and you guys are just getting it live. I call them turtles because they have armor and giant shells on the racks. I don't know if they're actually turtles. Okay, I'm gonna research what is happening with the boss, because that's really strange. I've never seen that before. know, that's so weird. So I guess when we beat the pursuer guy before, and I said that it was the boss, and that there are several of them throughout the game, if you encounter the pursuer on that platform outside of the bonfire, and you beat him, he won't show up as the boss fight. But if you don't beat him there, he's waiting for you at the top, and then he shows up with a full health bar like a boss. Where those, like, crossbow ballistas are. Which is so strange, because there are several of those throughout the game anyway, and I'm gonna fight several of them anyway, so it's so weird that, you know, they would take away an opportunity for, like, a full boss with a health bar. So I guess that was the boss fight when we were fighting him on the platform, which is so fucking weird. So, you don't get to see him where the crossbows are in the regular boss fight with his health bar this time around, because I guess I beat him right away. But so the first 4 bosses are beaten. Strange. All right, well, we can advance to boss number 5 and 6. So boss number 6 is actually in that area that I just accessed to where the bird brought me at the end. Boss number 5 is at the end of the No Man's Wharf. And like I said, at the end of the No Man's Wharf, you take a ship that connects to another part of the area where boss number 6 is. So we're gonna now travel to, you see it's even in order too. So we're gonna travel over here, and we're gonna do the No Man's Wharf, the pirate place I was talking about. This is a very thorough, expansive place. I'm just gonna pop an effigy. Not because I want to summon anything, but just so I do this every so often so I can get my health back. Yeah, that was so strange. Let me see on I'm just checking something. Beat the pursuer before my break. Okay, so let me just grab this video of the PvP because it was still within range, but the pursuer fight is not within range because it was before. But I can probably get it on from the live stream. It's just so weird. Dark Souls 2 is weird like that, though. I shouldn't be entirely surprised. So this is No Man's Wharf. There's lots of pirates. They're called Varangians in this game. They're pirates. And there's dogs throughout this area, so those are the pirates, technically, because the other guys are just hollows. There's also people sniping at us right now. A lot of these enemies, if it's in the dark, will stay dormant and slumbering until you like come through their area, but when you light it up, they become more active. So that's fine. I've come through this whole area in the dark before. I'd rather light it up. I know where everything is anyway, but like I said, this is one of my favorite little areas to go through and explore and clear, and it's even like a checkpoint because every part you light up, it means you've already done it. So you can see where you left. You can physically even see where you left off. You die, and you will. This is just such a long, long area. It's so hard to do it perfectly through without dying, and with the amount of Estus you have. There are so many nooks and crannies. Just so you know, there's also a guy down here hanging on to try and trap you. Knock him back into the water. I'm landing on the base as I go. Here. I think it might torch out right into the water. But that's okay, because you can just get it again at any torch. Get going and then you just like throw this around too. It's so fun. There's a boss in the DLC that's a gank fight with 3 NPCs and one of them is Havel. So remember I said Havel's in every game. So that's where he is in this game. It's Grave Robber Varg something, I don't remember. He's one of the 3 bosses of the gang fight. It's like an NPC fight, which is interesting. I hated it at first because I hate gang fights, and it's really annoying. The run back is annoying, but you can summon people for help, and I've appreciated it more and more over time. I like trying to backstab them. I put that video up on my YouTube. On up. More pirates, more dogs. More hollows looking to ambush us. Only to die a pitiful death. Now, there is an NPC here. You encounter her here for the first time if you don't go where the hawk brings you to the tower after the pursuer fight would be. If you don't meet her for the first time there. Either way, there's 2 locations she can be in for the first time.
What is it?
So you meet her here. This
I don't know you.
Lucatiel of Mira. She has a whole quest line in this game that you can get a trophy for if you complete it. For summoning her and different bosses and completing the quest line. She's one of my favorite NPCs and my favorite in this game. This is why I said Dark Souls 2 has some cool NPC quests too, and you actually get trophies for them.
I'm called Lucatiel. From the land of Mira to the far east, across the mountains. They say Drang Lake brims with powerful souls, and so I came to claim my share. But what a strange place. Even the rumors did not prepare me. You are an odd one indeed. I've always made a point of avoiding people, while you've made a point of engaging me. I can see that you are mid-journey. If you require assistance, I will help you. I come from Mira, a land of knights. My sword is always ready.
She's summoned for several bosses in this game.
Well, you've made a point of engaging me.
So, including the next one, I believe. area is fraught with enemies. Once you reach this point at the top, there's a new type of enemy. There's those monkey spider things I was referencing in this area. But they really don't like the light. So if you're in the darkness, they'll attack you without shame or hesitation. And their claws do poison damage. But if you have light, you drive them back. And this is another important reason in this area specifically why you can lighting up the sconces and stuff is good and important. You can drive these enemies away. If you go into this house, it's filled with them. In here. They really don't like the light. And then another one comes down from the top. They do bleed, sorry, not poison. Especially if you're fighting them in the dark. You saw how many of them there were. And they kind of blend in the darkness. So one comes down from up here, but there's also another one still up here. So pretty much 2 swipes of their claws is enough to do damage. Sure. Oops, that's a trap. Even if it's not a mimic, it can still have a trap. Great sword. Silver talisman, which is different than in Dark Souls 1. I know I just used that to beat Manus, but... my weapon is almost out of durability. here, you pull this bell, pull this lever that like rings a bell and brings the ship in, and the ship over there brings the boss and your route to that area on the other side. I'm going to switch to my claymore. Oh my god, I need this. Let me do that. Torches are like all over this place. They're everywhere. So when you get up here, you find this guy is not an enemy, he's an NPC.
Who are you? I, Gavlan.
Gavlan.
Gavlan
so,
will. Gavlan
in Dark Souls
deal.
1, you cannot sell items at all.
Gavlan wants soul.
In Dark Souls 2,
soul.
you can sell items for the first time, but only to this guy.
What
only to him. So you have to find him throughout the game and sell him your items. See, you can sell.
Gavlan. What? With Gavlan.
So he's a useful guy, and in Dark Souls 3 you can sell them anywhere. You can also buy the Ring of Giants to increase your poise. He sells poison arrows, poison moss, poison throwing knives, and poison resin. But I'm gonna sell him a whole bunch of shit because I have so much stuff in my inventory. So it's better to sell than some of this. Maybe there's some things I will keep, but I'm sure I have all these things already. And like this, like hollow entrance, like they drop so much of it, and I know I have these already. And I can at least sell the repeats. And it would be convenient if I could do that at any point. Which you can in Dark Souls 3. That's why Dark Souls 3 is the best. I don't sell rings. And he just chugs his beer. Way back up here, huh? So that animation you saw right there is a backstab in this game. That's a backstab. It's unique in this game. It looks different than the other ones. I think the other two games are pretty consistent in how it looks, but again. Here, there's a chest. This is the one area of the game that I will use a torch like throughout the whole area. they don't like the light either. So there's another Ferris lock zone here. This one doesn't have any treasure. The only thing it does is like light up the area more so than I've done here, like with a big lamp. I'm almost through the place though. I thought it was alive. I've killed almost everything. I've rung the bell, I've got the ship, I just need to get the cut back. Which is arguably the most important thing. Down here. There are these like assassin ninja guys, which they are the first you see of them, and also very interesting for being in this area because everybody else is a pirate or one of those monkey creature things. So be cautious of them. Another guy in here. Malformed claws. And there's more monkey creature things in here. Remember, they don't like the light, but they still will attack you with that. Right over here by this torch is, well, besides this guy, the shortcut. Kick this and it connects you back to that place, or the beginning. Oh, I guess I am going to do it all the way through in one run. There's also an NPC over here. He sells sorceries and teaches you sorceries if you have a high enough intelligence.
I am
Carhillion. And he'll, if you exhaust his dialogue, he'll go back to the Majula too. He does pyromancy just like the guy in Dark Souls 1. He sells a couple rings. Spells.
The forces of magic and souls lie dormant in this land. It is a fitting place to hone my sorceries. I suspect that I may even conjure up new spells here.
I'm being sniped.
Sorcery is yet a mystery. You scroll, but never. The forces of night. It is. You scroll, but never forget the path is.
I think you have to like buy all of his stuff though here or something to get him to move. I can't remember.
Echo.
I'm just gonna buy through what I can.
Young pupil.
It's not like I need them to level up. Well, I only have one Estus left. And the ship is pretty much the boss. Also, I think Lucatiel has a summon sign on the boardwalk here somewhere for the boss. There's another one right there. does me a favor. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Alright, we're back. So, Dragon Tooth. We are gonna sort some shit. I like to put everything in storage in this game too. And all the games. But certain things I keep out. Like these, those. Oh, I got the soul of the pursuer. So when I kill them up on the platform, you get the soul of the pursuer right off the bat. That one soul was a DLC boss that I had beaten before this. Those tokens are for covenants. Let's see. I don't want to do the claymore, but everything else can come in. Malform claws. That's kind of cool. I'll go through later, and if I have too much of stuff, I get rid of stuff. But I kind of already did everything I needed to do with items in this game. Alright. So I could summon Lucatiel, but I don't need to. I'm just gonna run through, since we already got the shortcut. Maybe one more to light up, I'm not sure. No, maybe not. I'm pretty much right on the ship now. There's some turtle guys up here. Oh, actually, that's one of them's the captain, and the other guy is an NPC. Interesting, I swear there was an item. That guy's the captain. That guy's the NPC. Doesn't matter. Because this is the boss fight. So it's a Flexile Sentry, but apparently he's got some help. So maybe I should have summoned some help. But I do some pretty good damage on him. There are some more of these enemies in the game later on. A couple more. Flexiles. I think that was it. That was greed. that is boss number 6. No, 5. That's boss number 5. 5. 6 is the next one. So you come up here, there's an item. Pyromancy, Flame, and Fireball, and then you come over here, and this tells the people to set out, set sail. So here we are. We've made landfall. There are a couple of asleep pirates here. That's the backstab. Die to these guys, because then we'll have to run back to the ship. So try not to die here. 14. Bastille. So this is the area where the hawk flew us to, just another side of it. Common fruit. This is the bonfire. Be careful to look through the cells because you might miss it. But as you can see, there are 2 bonfires here in the same area. So it's the tower apart and the exile holding cells. They're just on different sides. It will eventually connect. Come up here. That guy's the same enemy that the captain of the ship was. He's red because it's DLC. There are some more of these guys in this area. If we had gone out from the tower apart bonfire, there were several others. I don't use the bow much in these games, but I kind of like it. I should do it more. So there is going to be another pursuer already down here. And, if we don't get killed, he'll spawn in. We can fight him. Break that. pursuer spawns right here if he's going. Also these creepy weird things. Oh my god. Back here. Chest. There's an Estus flask shard back here, one of them, so that's an important upgrade item. Over here where all the dogs came from. You can open this lever. More dogs. Doesn't open yet, but if you get that guy to roll that barrel down and then not get hit by it, that's not what's supposed to happen. Well, once again, our explosion in this game was foiled. That barrel rolls down, hits this, blows up, and there's a bonfire. Well, that's unfortunate. It's okay, we can come back again from the other side. Up. Item here from the butterfly. Appropriately timed, because we can use that. Locked. Well. Butterfly to light our torch. Nothing like this. Don't really know what to do about the fact that this didn't blow up though. This is the bonfire for the run back to the boss. I'm being too thorough for even the game. Over there, that big tower we see in front of us, is where we come through when we come from the other bonfire. Invaded by Dark Spirit Skunk Master Funk. That looks like a real... It looks like the name that a real person would use. Is that a real person? Bro, that is so embarrassing. That's so fucking embarrassing. It's like, oh, I won't let you kill me. I'll kill myself first. But like, I wanted to fight him. That gives him the win. I just tripped. I'm gonna go to the other bonfire now, and I'll show you from there. Damn it. So this one is where we came before. You come out over here. Maybe the pursuer can be over here instead. Or maybe they're right here. Yep. The chest. There they are. See, I told you there's more pursuers in this. Skunk Master Funk. I was like, there's no way that's just a regular NPC invader. There's no way Dark Souls named it that. Got invaded twice on this stream. So yeah, like I said, there are several of these mini bosses throughout the game. That's why I thought it was interesting that it didn't at least give us the boss fight with the health bar. Save that fight. He drops Twinkling Titanite. Over here you can get Covetous Surface Ring, Fragrant Branch of Yore, and Human Effigy. Yeah, they all drop Twinkling Titanite, I think. And here there's a lot of balls. But also they can blow up. The archers have like... It's a fire arrow, so it can blow up all of those things. Of the ship type enemy. Oh man, I can't believe it. I got the jump on him too. I basically hit him right off of the invasion. So this is the second location where he was jumping around. This was where he was when I slipped off right here. There's the connection point, and this is the other place you can find the teal. If you had advanced from that bonfire first, before we went through No Man's Wharf, you would have talked to her for the first time here, and that's where you would have had that dialogue. And then over in the No Man's Wharf, she would have already known you. But
I thought that might be you.
She goes, you haven't changed a bit, even though I literally just saw her.
The longer I am here, the more madness I discover.
That's how I feel about life.
A wretched place, indeed, but not without traces of its former glory. Ah, yes. I have not thanked
you could summon her for the Flexile Sentry fight, and you can summon her for this next boss fight too.
Of course.
She gives you a
Our
human
land of
effigy.
Mirror, there is only one way up in Mirror.
Then
Join
she talks
the
about
order
her
and prove
home country.
yourself in battle.
Sounds like a
My
vicious
family
place.
had little fortune and no name. I had to carve out a piece of the world for myself, with two things: my sword and my loyalty to my lord. I was raised to wield a sword from birth. Like I had swift success on the battlefield and quickly attained respectable stature. And then I came here.
So, interestingly, she also doesn't remember why she came here, just like the cartographer.
Have you heard of the undead? An undead gradually loses his humanity
I am an undead.
Until his wits degrade completely. Finally, he turns hollow and preys upon others. And a hollow can never be human again.
Well, not full hollow.
One can skirt this wicked fate only with the help of the souls found here. Assuming, of course, that the legends are true, I can only hope that they are. I'm sorry.
She has a lot of dialogue here. Make sure you exhaust all the way through it if you want to advance her quest line.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's all of it now. Damn it. Alright, well... yourself. Alright. And we can come in here, and this is the second blacksmith in the game. He's a little crazy.
Oh, why can't they all be this easy? We've
just
got a
swinging.
wild one here. Shape up. Shape up, I say.
He's a little cray-cray.
Oh, that's it, yes. That's the way. Dear flame, how brightly you burn.
I think he gets off on the flame.
Flame. I smell flame upon you.
Because I got a ember for him.
The blacksmith.
He's McDuff.
All I want is a little flame.
He just wants flame.
So, hand that ember to me. Right now, you imbecile.
That's not very nice. But yes, you should give him the ember.
You've got stones. Give me stones.
So now you can use him as a blacksmith. You can repair stuff, reinforce weapons and armor, buy one of each of these items he's got here, some arrows. He's got repair powder, which is good, and then titanite shards. You can also infuse weapons here, which you can't do with the other one. And there are also a bunch of chests in here. So this is a titanite shard. There's 5 of them. 2 large titanite shards. 10 iron arrows. And 10 heavy bolts. Alright, buddy.
I'll fled.
Might as well spend my souls on something before I do the boss run backs. Iron arrow. Iron great arrow. Just buy a shit ton of those. And then I can do iron arrows instead of wood arrows, and that'll do more damage. I don't know if that's a... Oh, it is! I never know if I knew that. It's right next to the bonfire, so I guess it lights up that room. So there you go. That's McDuff. He's a special guy. So, I think technically this boss is optional? Only because there's a stone statue up there where you have to use Fragrant Branch of Yore to even do the boss run back. These guys will follow you if you don't deal with them. So yeah, you have to use a Fragrant Branch of Yore here if you want to fight this boss. Boss number 6. And there's another optional boss that branches off of after you beat that boss, which I used a bonfire aesthetic to increase the area. That item can make the whole area, if you use a bonfire aesthetic in this game at a certain bonfire, the whole area previously to that bonfire will be upgraded to the next level. So like if, let's say you're playing your very first time and it's your first run and you use a bonfire aesthetic on a bonfire, it will make that whole area New Game +1. And so I did this on one of the bosses so that I could get a specific item early that gave me extra souls or like found easier. That boss is the Belfry Gargoyles, which is just a crude copy of the Bell Gargoyles in Dark Souls 1, except there's 7 of them, and they just keep going one after another, and it's the most annoying gang fight ever, and I hate fighting them. Because I upgraded it early, we're on New Game Plus Plus right now, but I'm not sure how it works, but it might be New Game Plus 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 for that boss specifically because I did that. And that boss is already one of the most annoying ones in the game. So I would prefer to fight it. I mean, I don't want to fight it, but I would prefer to get a video of it and everything and have it for stream, but it might be pretty tough. And you can summon help for that one, but if it, you know, the NPCs don't scale with the game difficulty and the boss difficulty, so if it's already a whole New Game Plus higher than this. So this, you'll fall out and die. There's a door here, but if you actually go out the door, you'll fall and die. I don't know why they do that. So unlike in Dark Souls 1, you can just use a human effigy anywhere. If I wanted to summon for this fight, I could just pop one right now. There's an item in this cell. Which I might do because these guys are annoying and I did already fight. I already have a boss video of them. They're one of the few bosses I already got a video of. I don't know why them I saved. On my last run through. Right here, it's in here. Pilgrim Belclair. I thought you could summon Lucatil. You usually can summon two. Maybe her summon sign. Yeah, back here. Oh, that's Felicia the Brave. Weird. So there's two summons here, and this is a gank fight, which I hate. There's 3 of them, so it would basically be 3-on-1 anyway. So having some help couldn't hurt. Especially because my weapon durability is pretty low. This is the Ruined Sentinels. I already have a video up of them. I fought solo on YouTube. You basically want to fight one after another because it starts here, but if you don't beat this one fast enough, the next one will jump up. If he falls down, then you have to fight them all together anyway. Oh, one of them's already dead. Lovely. And my Dragon Tooth is at risk. That's another reason why I like to keep the inventory nice and clean. Alright, so now all 3 have joined the fight, and my summon has just now decided to join this fight, and my other summon is dead. I don't know which one is which as far as health bar. This is going to do significantly less damage. One is closest to being dead. But by going around and around in a circle, I'm giving my mage NPC summon the time to snipe them. Oh, I was one hit from killing that one. Motherfucker. Alright, well. Bonuses. You know, that was a little chaotic. I can run through again, summon again, and use my Dragon Tooth the whole fight. It's so fucking annoying. The one thing about the Dragon Tooth is that its durability goes down a lot because you're hitting random shit. Get that shit out of my inventory. Let me grab a drink. I will say, for having beaten 4 bosses today, 3 bosses today this morning in Dark Souls 1, and then off-screen maybe 1 boss with a couple enemy gauntlets and Silksong. This is the 6th boss in Dark Souls 2 we're about to beat. So, lots of bosses today. An impressive day of gaming, if I do say so myself. I don't want to waste the weapon durability I have, because that was part of the problem, but I do have to fight a little bit through this area just so that I can actually move through it and summon. Did that guy really follow me all the way? That's crazy. That's cuckoo bananas. Come through. Leave my summon alone. You guys aren't the boss. Oh my god. Did that hit me? Still, oh my god, there's more. My weapon's at half durability. If repair powder was actually like something I could buy a shit ton of in this game and then use it a lot, then I wouldn't be a thing, but it's not like you can just stock up a ton of repair powder. It's pretty rare. Alright, let's go again. the faster you kill each one is the best, because then you can kind of fight them one-on-one. It usually never works out that way. I mean, it's going to be the same with the Belfry Gargoyles, too. The magic guy does decent damage to them. There goes Felicia. Really? I'll just keep him busy so my mage can nail him. He's taking lots of damage from those magic attacks. And they have a lot of health left. Being patient pays off. Yeah, eat that attack. That does as much as my Dragon Tooth. Alright, that's boss number 6, the Ruined Sentinels. There's a hidden passage over here. Leads up to a chest, and I believe there's a spell in it. Maybe Hush. Yep. I remember that one. Because there was one of them that I think I was trying to knock off from my platinum for one of the trophies. So this is up above the boss fight room. Let me get over there. Sure what that was. This is the bonfire. This is the bonfire that leads to the Belfry Gargoyles fight. Bastille key. Mush. I must say, I'm having quite a fun time. Where is this going? Oh, right. Guys. Oh, I almost got him before he blew up. Ugh, that's rough. Oh. Took the hit. I don't think there's anything in here, yeah. Oops. Tight spot. Sure. It's another interesting thing they put in this game. There's no purpose for it. It has no significance. close this up, I guess. How did that not do anything? That's the question. It's pretty much a direction. Where did he go? What? Another pursuer? I did not even think, I don't think I knew this before. Have I ever done this? I don't know if I've ever located this. Because I knew of 2 other spots that pursuers show up in this place. One was by platforms where all those crossbowers were, and then the other one was another spot earlier. Bitch. Bitch, please. I've got you now. I like dodging his attacks. Very melodic. This is the type of enemy I like to fight. Goodbye. Give me my Titan. Guy came from last time? Bracing. I don't know if I knew of this. Yeah, this is where that guy came down from. So, interesting. The more you know. This, I know. Oh my god. So we actually died right before a bonfire. So this guy right here, whom I saved using the Fragrant Branch of Yore, is Stride, and he is one of the 2 people who gives you boss weapons from the boss souls in this game, and he has the merchant, he sells stuff. But he is very significant, and the bonfire is here too.
I must thank you, young traveler. I am Strayed.
Oh, Strayed.
Wandering sorcerer. I've been a guest. Very good. Cursed one, weak you may be, but I, Strayed, will teach you my spells.
So you can buy items from him. With the Pursuer's... Is this the Pursuer's Soul? The Forlorn set? He's got rings. He's got spells. And then... And then he gets aggressive with you verbally. But then he can sell boss souls too. Hood of the Forlorn is actually what I'm wearing right now. Interesting. We got this bonfire. Oh, wait, do I have this? Yes, with the Bastille key, I do. What is this? Just a quick run back. So there's 2 options now. There's in the Belfry Luna, where the bonfire was before, we got those Gargoyles, which are an optional boss, and one of the Covenants. And if we continue advancing this way, the rest of the Lost, we're in Sinner's Rise now. And the next boss down this way is the Last Sinner, and that boss has the first primal bonfire behind them. Remember how that's one of the 4 bosses we need. There is a guy around the corner. And an item. And up here, I believe there's another bonfire. So those things you see up there, very interesting animation. I didn't know that happened. Those are the Belfry Gargoyles that we have to fight. I mean, we don't have to. They're an optional boss, but I'm gonna try. up here. Oh, that was weird that that stayed. Pretty sure there's also a summon for the last center. Lacerating knife. Is there any way to not fall into this hole here? Hey. Alright, so this area is terrible. And there's another Flexile Sentry. That's not what that is. What the hell is that? Oh, it is a Flexile Sentry. What's going on? Wait. What's that thing? That's a unique enemy. What the heck? I don't know if I noticed that that was the enemy. I just remember the Flexile Sentry. What is that? It's got a sword. Oh, damn. I didn't know it was going to attack me. Twice, I almost had him. Weird. Some alligator thing. Well, that's one way to skin a cat. Would you like to fall in the hole too? Oh, you're smarter than that. Hey, come back. I was shooting. Another alligator thing? My word. Do your attack thing again and fall in the hole. That was really funny. Oh, he's so close. Yeah, keep going. Oh, he's so close to falling in the hole. Yeah, he did it. I don't think he can go any farther. It's called a cheese. I'm hoping some of these guys are perma-kills. Now that I dealt with all of them myself, there is a summon here, Lucatiel. I thought you could summon her for the Ruined Sentinels, but I guess you can definitely summon her for the Lost Sinner. Well, I dealt with the 2 alligators and the Flexile Sentry. An item down here. A Lodge Soul. Oh, this is a plus enemy. There are a couple more, I think, of those things. There's a Heide Knight in here. With the Fire Seed. Lucatiel wanted to fight it. Heide Knight Chainmail. The Bastille key opens all this. I think there's another one of these guys down here, but I think there's also Lockstone. Open up this one too. There's another summon sign in here. So, while Lucatiel's half health and I only have like 5 Estus left, there's a fresh summon. Sellsword Luette. And we can all fight the last sinner together. You can't bring the fire through the water anyway, so... Now, there's something up in one of those top 2 things. One of them's an item, but one of them is like a lever where you can like... There's an item there too. Where you can, So the last sitter you usually fight in the dark. But there is an ability to light up the arena. And I think you can do that with one of these too. sure what you have to do. Try torch. Thank you. Radiant life gem. So this is another area where having a torch is actually really helpful. Oh no. Alright, that's nice. So Lucatiel fell off the edge, and I very nearly did as well, thanks to that asshole. So I just have the sellsword and 5 Estus, and about to be a broken weapon, so I'll have to fight with a claymore. But this torch trick is permanent, so. Able to see, and in here this side. Actually, you can light up this side too, can't you? Yep. Alright. So that's important. And I'm gonna have to already switch this to my claymore. The light off in the animation, but now that we lit up those torches, we have light. Probably gonna have to be a run back. Yep. But okay, we'll have Lucatiel. The light will be already lit up. We won't have to deal with all the other extra shit. And I'll have my correct weapon. Hoping that at least the Flexile Sentry is a permakill. But I'm just gonna run through. Oh, the alligator's on. Oh, he's not either. Ooh. Really? not about it. Let's just go. They'll catch up. I've run through worse areas with NPC summons in the DLC, and they've caught up. Yeah, that's better. I think the fire mages only appear if you lit up the area, because I don't remember them from last fight. Up a little bit, since our NPCs or our summons are going to take an extra damage. How much health would they have? Alrighty, well, with one Estus to spare, that will be the first main boss, first boss required through the game in a, as far as like this. So this is a primal bonfire. It's not one that you can rest at, but one that you have to light for the game, and then you can return to the far fire once you light it, which is in Majula.
You have acquired the soul of an
Talk
old
to the Emerald.
That is more than most undead can say.
One of the old ones.
Over the hill, where a man but what?
Probably have enough to level up once too. Oh, yeah, I do. In my inventory.
Bearer, seek, lest.
So now we are gonna go to the I think. Yeah, okay, so if we go down here, this gets us to the Belfry Luna if we have a Ferrous Lockstone. I think there's another pursuer down here too. Yep. Explosion. Uh-oh, that's not good. Cursed in this game doesn't do the same thing that it does in Dark Souls. I mean, we pretty much already have a decreased health every time we die. Nice, just barely got him. Can't see anything. Large club. Chest. Priest's Chime. Ferrous Lockstone. This is the Belfry Luna. This little gargoyle. He's not a gargoyle. He's like a little dwarf guy. This is another covenant you can join. I don't like this guy. So you can join his covenant. There are these little dwarf enemy guys in the Belfry Luna. There's two more of them here, and that right there, it's blocked at the moment until we go upstairs, but that is the boss fight. It's the boss run back to the Gargoyles. This guy dropped Bellkeeper Shield. So we want to come up here. There's going to be more. They do a lot of damage for little guys, so for some reason it didn't heal right away, and then he threw something at me, so that's unfortunate. Well, like we have to pull a lever or something to even access the Belfry Gargoyles. But at least I get my Estus back. There is also a summon on the top floor for this fight. That lets me fight them. We're blocking that fight. It's now gone away. Sometimes there's a red one of these that is like an invader. I don't see him here this time. It's not a new game plus enemy. It's like it's like an invader enemy. Let's see. Thought they were all gone. Item over here. Alright. If I turn human, I can't remember where the summon is. It might be on the second floor, but I want to see if it's not. I don't think there's one up here, but. Alright. Over here behind the stairs. Masterless Glencore. I mean, he's gonna get fucking creamed, especially if these guys are on New Game Plus 3. But it might be wise to not even use a summon, but I wanted to show you guys that that was here for this fight, especially if this is your first time playing the game. There's no way he got that shot off. Alright. This is gonna be a tough fight. This is a tough fight even, like, no matter what. There's no way. So I'm going into it with 8 healing and a useless NPC. Here we go. We wanna fight them as soon as possible. As soon as you kill one, go to the next. Because they are going to keep coming. See, they pretty much stole this boss right from Dark Souls. Glencore is about to be dead. These guys are just buffed out. Need my stamina back. Not doing bad damage, but yeah, I ran out of healing there. I used too much healing against the Wharf guys. Yeah, that's it. Well, not bad. There's an item down here. Actually, nearly. Alright, so now I'm gonna do it without Glencore and with full Estus. Because I don't have to go back up to pull the door down. I don't have to fight any of the little dwarf guys. As long as I can run by them and get into the fog gate. I wish this door would just stay open. Why do they need to keep closing it? This place doesn't re-become a secret. want to focus on the one. Not the two. Oh my God. Already a third one. Yeah, that was... Man, I gotta kill... You basically, for an ideal run on this boss, and I like I said, I think they might even be a new game up from where I am at, is you kill the first one as fast as possible, then the second one as fast as possible, and the third one as fast as possible, and there's like 7 of them or something. But you just want to like run through them. And summoning Masterless Glencore will only increase their buff as they scale to having a summon and distract them for like 2 seconds. It won't even do anything. I'm already behind schedule, even at this point. I don't like that attack. This is like Nightmare Gate fight. Another one. Now there's going to be 4. I didn't kill them fast enough. So this is the wonderful fight that they gave us. And I believe another one. One of the most heinous fights in this game, to be honest. Some of them are almost dead. That one down there. Oh no, gotta get out. Guys are almost dead. Yeah, let's go. Got him. Yeah, that's the Belfry Gargoyles. Isn't that fun? And they basically just ripped off the Bell Gargoyles from Dark Souls 1. So, I don't know. It's a tough fight. It is fulfilling when you beat them, though. I will say, that one is fulfilling. What am I standing on? I was like, I couldn't move for a second. It's lovely that they put these guys here, even on New Game Plus. Southern Ritual Band. And then this bonfire is Belfry Luna Bonfire. Alright, we've beaten 8 bosses today. 8 bosses. Where are we at in stream time? 4 hours and almost 45 minutes. Wow, almost 5 hours. Oh yeah, dogs. Lots of dogs. Can I shoot them? I don't think I can shoot them at this angle either. Is that a real person? No. It's not. Mine's bigger. Bye-bye. This is a mosh pit. This is where you get Dragon Tooth, though. The weapon I'm using right now. Totally worth it. And I think there are further places to explore, but I don't remember how. Drop down from there, maybe? Anyway, anywho. Yeah, so that's the first 9 areas in Dark Souls 2 complete, and the first 8 bosses complete through to the first primal bonfire. I don't even remember. What do I do next? I just completed that so perfectly. I don't really remember what the next area is. Oh, I think you have to go to the. We have to go. Oh, actually, did I get this guy's key yet? Yep, I did. Alright, so I can open this up for him. There's a short bow in here. Let him know it's open.
Ah, yes. Now, boy. But first, I can get to work.
And then also, you've got the key for this. There's an item around here. It's a ferrous lockstone, so that's a good one. Chest up here. Titanite shard, 3 Titanite shard and 3 torches. And you come up on the roof. That's where the piglets are. It's kind of abandoned. And you come down here. And he's supposed to be here, but this is the map he was talking about, the cartographer of Drangleic. And when he relocates, he's supposed to be standing right here. And then he said he hears noises down here. It's these skeletons. The reason there are so many of them, I think, is because I think I also bonfire aesthetic this place so that I could keep getting something I was trying to get from these guys. I think it resets the items too, actually. So this is what he meant when he said that he was hearing a noise. There's an Estus shard flask in here, which is an important item. There's a chest. Soul vessel. Play dead. There's a sconce down here. Yeah, he's supposed to be over here. I'm not really sure why he's not. One area we can progress is down here using the Silver Cat ring, and going down into the gulch to move towards one of the next primal bonfires. I always forget that I can do that. But the other area, which I also forget about, is she's relocated here, so moving this place.
Hello. This and shall
You can move the path. You have to pay her 2,000 souls though. This is the new area now. So those are the two ways you can progress, I think, through there and down through the hole in the middle. There's an NPC up over here.
The dark stirs. I see them. The dark is sparked within you. My name is Falcon.
Falcon.
I will trade with you. What do you need?
You can buy Archdrake Staff, Chaos Rapier, Archdrake Chime, and Chaos Shield. Ring of Life Detection. Some Dark Pine Resin, and then some spells. Dark spells.
Come again, as you like.
His stuff. The Huntsman's Copse. There's a fire right here. This is one of the next main places to progress through. People. This is kind of a cool area. It's a rogue. This area is kind of dark. There's an item up here. That's a trap. This area is not where I was wanting to go yet, because this is like a kind of a complicated little area with a bunch of poison. You can get this item, and then there's a bunch of butterflies shooting poison. Die easy enough now that I committed to archery. Lizard guy down here. Archery is fun. Chest right there too. I was mostly trying to snipe the... Oh! The butterfly thing. item. And then you get in this thing. Brings you back up. There was one of these in Dark Souls 1 and Sun's Fortress 2. Here, there's another and then I think you can drop down for an item. The flame butterfly if there's a sconce down here. I don't see one though. That will kill you. Oh, there it is. Only one. What I was going to show you guys was out this door. That's where I got ambushed. Yeah. That was a cracked red eye. There is an item right there you can jump to, but this jump is so difficult. It always takes me a ton of tries because you have to like land, but then you roll. So you have to like, and then like fucking that happens. You have to like land early on in that so you roll and still get the item. It's a really difficult one. Oh, wait, this way. Other thing I was gonna do though. Oh, what? Only he can break it? Did I not? What? I think I'm gonna use Claymore for this area. You need more of How do I always feel like I'm running out of stamina in this game? My stamina's leveled up. Well, my controller died. So time for my other controller. Alright, what I was going to show you is down here. And right here is the next bonfire. It was literally right here. I couldn't get past that guy. This is Huntsman Copse, the first two areas of that. Which now we can continue through this way, and at the end of that area is the Skeleton Lords, which is a stupid boss. The other thing, other area we go to is all of these things that are going to be down in this area shoot poison. Those ones didn't, but... So, you gotta be careful with the platforming. If you're wearing this ring and you do it right, it won't kill you. There's also, as you can see, Ferris items all the way down. Jumping is how you get to this next one. There's more, but you can go into this area, and this is the Grave of Saints, and there's a bonfire. So these are the next two areas that we can explore, and the Royal Rat Vanguard, which is my second least favorite boss in all the Souls games. It's literally just a gang fight with a bunch of normal rats. It's so good. That is at the end of this area. Next two bosses. Like there are some rings that I still need to find, like some +1s and stuff. If I want to have all of them, that is. It is 11:14, so where are we at? Yeah, we hit over 5 hours, 5 hours and 10 minutes for this stream, which is really nice. We beat 8 bosses and cleared 9 areas and discovered 2 more, and so I'm going to be ripping through Dark Souls 2, honestly. Thank you guys for joining me today. I got to do Dark Souls 1 and finish that stream and then start Dark Souls 2. This has been really, really fun so far, playing some games through that I love in a franchise that I love over again, but streaming them. So I'm looking forward to doing more. I'm not sure about tomorrow streaming. I'm tentative. I might stream later in the evening, possibly, so I know it's not on my main schedule, but maybe look out for that tomorrow evening. And yeah, I hope you guys have a good night.